Are we Gucci? Should be, yeah. Okay. Okay. Oops. Bum 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 bum. Where's this thing? Oh, that's not it. Also, cool. Okay. Okay. The GDP. GD Pizzle. Snap Dizzle. Amazing. Is correct? No. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I mean, let's do a quick catch up, I suppose. I should probably open all this stuff. I don't have anything ready. Whatever, anyways, where we got off yesterday, it was like here, right? Dun, 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 dun. What were we doing? Well, yeah, we were considering getting like the head short here, right? They end up doing it. The reason being was like because there's a bunch of like hidden bold divs forming, right? So I was like, okay, like if we lose the like this value area low and like the level that's here, like I'll move this now because we're about to change it anyways. But like if we had lost like that, then like okay, I was like, okay, I'll open it and then ready to ride the rest down potentially. We didn't end up doing it, then went to bed, so whatever. But in terms of like the juice box short that we talked about up here, right? Also, shout out to our yellow lines. This purple one should be yellow. We'll switch to yellow. One thing is it's a bit redundant to have these two. They're a little bit too close for my liking. This one's newer, so maybe we should delete that one. But we'll leave it there for now. So I have it purple. We'll leave back the purple so you remember. But anyways, this is technically like a yellow line. So shout out to the yellow lines. Ba-bing, ba-bing, also ba-bing. Yeah, in terms of shorting this thing, like pretty kind of straightforward, right? On like the low time frame, it did like a 3 drives, like on the divs. Then it even ended up doing like a failed auction kind of thing. Whoops. Whoops. Ding 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 ding. Well, it wouldn't have been much of a trade, right? If you took this thing, it's like that. Like, this was like where your stop loss break even, right? For world where this kind of happens. Boom, boom, boom. Did get in it, but I haven't been stopped out since, so kind of just chilling for now. Other than that, yeah, nothing to really catch up on, to be honest. No laws really happened today. Kind of just sat your sideways most of the day. And my question is, are we going to sweep all this or not? I'm kind of leaning towards no, right? Because everyone is looking at this. So I'm not be surprised at all if we just start to squeeze up from here. Well, anyways, let's update our levels and whatnot. Get everything set up. Other than that, not the most eventful of days. Watched the part 2, the testimony with Jerome Powell. Wasn't particularly interesting. Curious for GDP tomorrow. I think it's like core PC on Friday, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. So curious to see how those kind of change the probabilities of rate cuts and when. So I was looking today and it's quite high now. I think the probability of a rate cut in September is like risen quite high. Rate cuts probability. We're now at 20. Yesterday was 20% in chance of a rate cut on July. Now it's 25. It's rising pretty quick. Interesting. Interesting that is. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, man, and nothing has happened with those trades. Kind of just still sitting in those things. Ethan Solana trades. So how are the indexes doing right now? Okay. Whoops. Update our levels in a second. Boom, 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 boom. Get rid of that. Interesting. So don't know if I'm gonna be streaming particularly long. I mean, we'll see how I start feeling, but I've been sleeping well. hard to sleep with stitches like everywhere. I'm feeling pretty tired right now. Are they all together? Oh wow, what the hell? Don't see that too often. What a clusterfuck. Fine. If we lose like this, probably open another short, I suppose. Wanna risk round tripping too much of the gains in the long. I think there's a CME gap down here. How far would this put us? 2K. What a weird day, right? You don't see this too often. When's the last time we saw something like this? I swear we streamed something like this in like February, right? Yeah, definitely been a while, right? Been months at this point. Maybe a little here. Yeah, I think this was the one, if I recall. Anyways. Now definitely like a weird ass grind up, right? Anyways. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, also this thing, right? Like in terms of like the short earlier. See me did have a single print to grab up there. And then the single print's like an RTH one, so we'll have to leave it on there, even though it's not like on the TPO right now. Why are there so many? What the fuck is going on here? Alright, so how's XRP looking for the weekend now? It's a long way away. That's a long ways away. A lot can happen between now and then, my friend. Depends what Bitcoin does, right? We're gonna come down and clean some of this stuff, or are we gonna kind of start flipping the value area high and go in? For tomorrow, same answer, right? It's GDP tomorrow morning. No one knows what the number is gonna be. So how do you want me to predict the future for you? Have plans for a move to the upside if you want to short it. Have plans for a move to the downside if you want to long it. And just wait to see what happens. Your trading isn't about sitting here predicting what you think is gonna happen in the future. It's about being planned for every situation, executing when the time comes. Bum 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 bum. Quite likely we're gonna come to these levels, right? If Bitcoin corrects lower, like correct all these imbalances. Potential like swing fail here, clean this, potentially, maybe come down to here. All levels of interest. So as long as you are prepared for those and you can look at the data in the moment, and you have some kind of reason to take the trade when it gets there, then you should be chillin'. And if not, then don't trade it, right? A lot of possible shorts too. Boom, 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 boom. Probably looking at this, to be honest. To be honest. Something in this range. Clean all this crap. Depends what Bitcoin's doing though. If things starts blasting to all-time highs, then yeah. Potential for this thing to rip up too. Also, I haven't looked at the open interest on XRP, so I don't know how much of like a short squeeze there is on this thing. So is there no way to fix this thing on TradingView? Like, I hate this massive TPO. If you lower the tick size, it doesn't even work properly. Yeah. Show to the math. Show the 404 profits not found. I just realized what your name was. Oh, that's funny. Hmm. Interesting. Hello, good sir. How am I doing today? Not bad. How about you? I'm tired. That's how I'm doing. Ready for bed. Cardio day for me. Yeah, I was at the gym earlier. I just walked on the treadmill for like an hour and a half. Pretty boring, but better than nothing, I suppose. Surgery stuff doing better. Yeah. It's just hard to sleep. 'Cause I got like I have like one incision on my leg, and then one on my stomach, and then like one on one part of my arm, and one on another part of my arm. So it's like hard to sleep because like, any way that I sleep, in whatever way I try and lay down, like one of them's being bothered. So I have to like try and be like in one exact specific position, and if I move at all, it's just like fuck, fuck. 3 evening, how's it going? Pretty good. How about you? Rip, sorry to hear that. Good news is I'm sure your long is juicing. Yeah, but also a world where like this thing starts to shit itself. Like, this is pretty sus, right? This is a pretty fucking suspicious price action we're looking at here. Like literally like unswept, 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 unswept. Like right, it's just all like none of this has been tapped once. So like, I don't even gotta go look at the heat map to know this whole thing's glowing like a fucking Christmas tree right now. Speaking of that, let's make sure we open all that stuff. And there's like a big CME gap below. Also one above those. Let's see if we fill either or. Yeah, like the heat map is just glowing below us right now. Also a little paranoid because of the order book. There's a shit ton of fucking whales selling spot up here. Don't see that too often. So if we go up, I'm curious to see if they actually pull these orders or are they trying to get filled for real. Pump and dump algo. Maybe. And it'd take a lot of money to do that. Waiting for the bear shit after clearing the above gap ideally. Let's prepare for other stuff too. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? We might just like sit here and like kind of just like do one of these kind of things and yeet. Start going higher and then come lower. Or maybe we start going higher, right? We don't have to come like get all this shit. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know, it just feels so obvious. It feels so obvious, right? Like, I'm sure literally everyone is sitting here watching this and they're gonna be trying to get filled on this. Which makes me super paranoid, to be honest. So, like, I'm, like, either we're gonna, like, go up from here without coming down, or coming down just a little bit, like, kind of like bounce, like, here kind of thing, or something. Or we might, like, blow through all this crap and start going, like, lower for real. But we'll see, whatever. Prepared for either or. Maybe we do just come perfectly clean this up and start to go. Who knows? Who knows? All I know is I did my groceries today, so I got a house full of food. Feels good. Because I was starving yesterday. Boom, 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 boom. Plus tomorrow's like GDP. GDP tomorrow morning and then PC the day after. Just curious to see if those kind of have any kind of impact on things. do. Interesting. Also, world where you go lower, right? This being like the higher time frame low is not like guaranteed yet, right? Kind of just keep doing like a channel type thing. Yep. So far, so good from the bulls, though. So the next question is, can we flip this level, right? We're literally right at the Valley Area High. At least I should sweep yesterday's low. Maybe. I mean, there's no like guarantee I have to do that. If it comes, it will come and sweep the hole. So yeah, we can expect a sweep of these pump and dump move. Yeah, probably, right? Like, there's gonna be like a huge like cascade, because all of this is like untapped stop losses. Quite likely will like come down. Plus the gap fill would be like right here basically, right? $19.50. Remember, we're about when we get there, right? First we gotta lose like this kind of zone. If we do that, then yeah, we'll kind of worry about coming down to here. But quite likely if we lose this, then yeah, like all this is about to just waterfall lower. I think it's I'm on a short. If that happens, I have to like just market smash a short kind of thing. I just do it now, so I don't have to keep watching this shit, to be honest. It's like worst case, I enter now and like get stopped out on this. Like I lock in all the gains from the long. And then once we start to go like that distance, I can just make it back on the long anyways. I think once we get up here, I'm like back into juicing. Where's my short stop loss? I got stopped out on that thing break even. This bring got me. I think I thought we were gonna like continue higher too, right? Because like in terms of like the math, like usually more often than not you go higher in the situation. We came to like the 886, then we came back and like flipped the golden pocket, like multiple candles above it, and the VWAP was like, that's the other thing. Where was the VWAP yesterday, right? Because we were like holding the VWAP all day. Which one is it? I think it's this one. We tapped it, tapped it, tapped it, tapped it. Then we closed below once and it went right back above the rest of the day. So I didn't try and get filled again on the short here because I was pretty convinced we were going to be going higher. We ended up not doing it. Now it looks like we're going lower. But we'll see. Yeah, true. So now I'm bullish. So I see a significant sweep of some high. Oh, we did finish grabbing the box, right? There was like a big red box here yesterday, like this kind of thing, or maybe it was a little higher. And when they cleaned this poor high. So we did sweep like a pretty significant thing. And then this is the most likely spot to reject too, right? We literally pixel fucked the value area high. Yeah, I'm a little paranoid right now. Because I kind of want to open like a head short regardless. Because like, there's a world where we start to go lower like quick, right? Like longer we wait, the worse it is. But I don't want to like do it needlessly too. We'll give it some time. As of now, we are holding this line. This pixel fucking this yellow line. Holding the golden pocket perfectly. A sweep of 106,750. Then go up. 16750. Oh, like this thing. Yeah, possibly. Pretty interesting we haven't built the gap here though, we'll say that. Cause like all the indexes gapped down too, and they all like filled the gap and kept going. Whereas we have not. I'm not very surprised at all though if we kind of just do like start like consolidating up here and just rip up higher. Like this feels like so like too baity, or it's just too so baity. Like I literally, I went on social media after dinner and everyone's talking about taking one of these trades. So like, if I'm seeing 50 people on Twitter talking about this within 10 seconds, probably not happening, right? Don't have like the sentiment data for that. But maybe I'm the one getting got thinking that. Maybe I'm the one getting got. How many longs have opened up here? Just I'll kind of be mindful of that. $900. Plus 2,000. 2,900. Plus 800. 3,700. Oh shit, this is wrong. What was the number? Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's a good amount. I'm trying to think, like would the Max Payne move here? Would it be blasting to the upside? Because you have to remember, a lot of people were waiting for lower, right? A lot of people were looking for like 96, 95, and even lower. So and a lot of people got left behind with this move up, especially after blasting on the news too. That is a lot of Bitcoin to close though. There's over like 4,000 Bitcoin worth of longs in this range. How much is that in like nominal? 107. It's like half a billion worth of potential liquidations here. And they don't have to be liquidated, but like let's just assume everybody has their stop at least here or higher. At this point, they should be. When it dropped last week, it didn't pull back to 3.8 fib. I'm seeing BC is too bullish, or it's coming down again. Yeah, that's what makes it hard, right? That's what makes it hard. I mean, at the same time, like when it does this, like it kind of did, right? Like you have to remember, like no, like not everybody's setting their orders like right at the line. And people are like trying to put it higher. So in reality, it's kind of like it's like a bubble. So more or less, it bounced to 382. God, I hate when that happens. Hmm. This is quite the gap, right? Quite the interesting gap. Like, what the hell's going on here? January. I don't know. If I had to guess, like gun to my head, like probably come fill the gap. But I don't know if we go clean all of it. I think it's gonna like bounce before that. There's like this kind of thing. But we'll see. Whatever. As much as we can sit here and think about it, like we'll see. So we get clarity on interest rates. Feel we chop. I mean, it's pretty clear at this point, right? I think everyone, like, we're definitely getting rate cuts. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, I guess I don't know. The fact that the probability of getting a rate cut in January is climbing so fast is quite interesting, right? There's literally like 5% like 3 days ago or something. Now it's 25%. It's pretty high, right? It's a 1 in 4 chance we get a rate cut in July. Literally a month from now. And that means that September would be the second rate cut. Gap's gonna filled after a long time. Yeah, yeah. I think they never have to be like filled, and some remain like unfilled like for a while. Like aren't there like some pretty like old teammate gaps never been filled? I guess this one never got filled. Markets rallied because of hope. Powell clearly said no today. Yeah, but there's definitely some like turmoil going on over there. So I think there's been like, I think it's 4 different people from the Fed now. Or if it was 3 or 4, but like they've all come out and said like, yeah, we should probably be cutting rates. So they're all like speaking like, against what he's saying. Plus, I don't think anybody was expecting anything like the whole testimony stuff. Like, I don't think it had too much. Like maybe it did have some kind of like significant impact on rate cut expectations. That's tomorrow's gonna be pretty interesting. Same with Friday, because like they definitely base core PC pretty heavily in their like decision, and we get that on Friday, so it'll be quite interesting to see the reaction that day. And what we have next week. Yeah, and there's a lot of like labor market data next week too. Also a holiday next week, right? Isn't it like the July 4th or whatever? Or is that the week after? Yeah, it is next week. It is a long weekend. Yeah, pretty crazy. July's gonna be pretty crazy. Basically every week except the week before FOMC, there's like some pretty significant stuff. And like the week before FOMC, like the European Central Bank is doing their rates, I believe. Just verify that. So 30th of July is the next FOMC. And the week before. Yeah, it is. It's like the main refinancing rate and like their kind of monetary policy statement the week before. We see some action when everyone is off, like on the July weekend. I doubt it. Maybe though, maybe. Using times ahead regardless. Especially if like the chance of a rate cut at the next Fed meeting is like pretty low and then we actually get it. That's gonna be pretty like pretty crazy, right? I'm sure tomorrow we have a pretty bullish reaction to that. Cause I was reading about this before. There's like a chance, like it wouldn't be the first time that they've done like a rate cut when it's like not priced in at all, like 10% priced in kind of thing. That would be crazy. Yeah, yeah, probably. Well, I'm curious, like, how would people react to that? Like, would that be like, cause like, if that happens, then there's probably like some like some serious underlying weakness going on, right, in like the labor market. Or at the end of the day, like more money sloshing around, probably a good thing. I'll go instantly take price up. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. How's the rest of this data looking? .1. 3.1. Yeah, that's the thing we have to remember about this move right now. Like, yeah, there's like 4K or so Bitcoin of like longs here, but there's also like 5K of shorts that have been opening in this move. So, and right now, aside from the ones that open like here, like they're all underwater. And in terms of like the oscillators, like there's all like hidden bull divs basically, right? But very weird sequence of price action this is. We'll say that. Don't see this too often. Can you see real-time positions opening? Yeah. Yeah, yes I can. I mean, you can do it too, right? If you go on like... like below data, for example. Like you can't see like long or short. Oh, whoops. But you can see if open interest is like rising or not. So kind of like an idea. You can kind of like guesstimate based on like where you're seeing the spikes and declines in open interest, like what kind of positions are opening or closing. Harris Kamal, yo, hello. Hello. Hello, my boy. This has been tapped. Funding also a negative too, right? I think keep in mind funding is a negative. And there's like interesting, and there's like a big spot premium, right? That's the other thing. I did this. There's a lot of spot buying on this move. You usually don't have like a spot premium this high over futures, right? These are all 1071, 1071, 171. Spots 1072. Didn't even realize that. I see at the current price, open interest is rising. Good place to scalp quick 2-300. I don't know if I'd go just based on that, but the fuck? I got like a fruit fly or something. I'm just gonna open this thing now so I can hedge as soon as possible. Cause the longer I wait, the worse it'll be. So I'll just sacrifice some gains to lock in the rest. Okay, cool. Boom, 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 boom. I'm trying to think if there's any world where I would have got back into the short. Because like, I was at the gym while this was happening. I don't think I would have gotten back in here anyways, to be honest. Maybe like based on like the fact that we like swing failed this. You'll go long here. I don't know if I would do that. I guess the better question would be like, why do you wanna? And what's the reason to long here? The volume looking like? Boom, 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 boom. I mean, yeah, well, I suppose if we are gonna hold this level and people are getting filled on this, and we hold it the point of control from yesterday, just not seeing much edge right now for that, personally, but lots of things that we can be looking at that I'm not aware of. And I hate the TPO on TradingView. This thing is so shit. I wish you could like customize how it actually looks, like the sizing of it and whatnot. Boom, 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 boom. So I need to get something to snack on. I'll be back. I'm gonna reload the water cup. Get some food. Yeah, add to my short, try and jam from the top. No, like the one that I had open from like up here. The plan, the original plan was to close it. Like if we start getting kind of closed above this level, I was gonna close it. But this is the day I had my surgery, so like I went to bed as all this shit was happening, and when I woke up, Bryce was like fucking up here. I literally woke up right before the candle opened. So, first of all, like round trip this whole portion needlessly. Second of all, since that happened, I was okay, whatever. It is what it is. Then I was like, if we close above this line, then I'm gonna close out the rest. So like on this candle, like I closed it out. And yesterday I was considering getting into like yeah, well, you were here yesterday, yeah, because like we were talking about like potentially get like that short, like we missed the short opportunity, which didn't end up being much of an opportunity, right? Ended up kind of just going. But like, I never got into it. Like, if you go back to the start of the stream, I'm explaining it. And then I took this today on the lower time frame. Cause we did like we talked about it in the juice box yesterday, like cleaning like the poor high. Where is it? They clear like this purple dotted line, and they cleaned the poor high. Then it came right to like the purple line, and then we're doing like a 3 drives as it was happening, right? With like all the dips in the lower time frame. So I got into the short there, but I've been stopped on it break even ever since. And I did just open one now, like, not too like literally like 10 minutes ago. As like a hedge. We're just hedging the long more than anything. In case you kind of like start to waterfall down lower. And if we don't, then whatever, right? Like my stop is like up here. So like worst case, I'm like losing this, which my long is like making up anyways. And then as long as we go past like this move, then like I'll be in the profit again anyways, in regards to like the balance of the long and the short. Not the most ideal place to open the hedge though. Ideally should have opened it a little bit earlier, but it's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. Although, you know, looking back on this whole sequence of price action, I don't know, like, definitely like fumbled this a little bit. Like, I'm not particularly happy with like how I played out some of this. Cause I planned to TP the short like in this range, right? Like when we opened this, I was talking about like at different times TPing in like 98 region, and I had most of it set to TP here, and I didn't. And then I wanted to see like if we were gonna do like this kind of thing up here or not. And that's why I was waiting to see if we got candle closes above the zone to close it. But I think in hindsight that was a mistake. I think that was a mistake. Probably should have just closed it out manually, like when we started to go in this area, especially after this bounce. I think I should have closed most of it at that point. Because we round trip a lot of that short, right? We basically round trip from like here to here. Just a bit like more than fucking half of it. So definitely wrote that one down. It's like definitely a misplay. A long TP hit, nice. It's juice. Juicing on the long. I mean, hard to say. I don't know. I don't have a good read on this, to be honest. I'm not really sure how to like interpret this. I think it's one of two things. Either we fill the CME gap and go, or it's the system kind of like max pain, keep ripping to the upside kind of thing. But there's two of many possibilities. Because we're also sitting here a long time, right? We're starting to build value up here, right below the value area high. So like, you know, like the longer we stay here, the more clear it is. Bulls want the fucking smoke, right? Like this is definitely in the scope. If you're bearish, you don't want us to be sitting up here this long. it's like we're like this is like the bear's hood, right? And when the bulls are just driving by back and forth in their car looking at you. That's what's happening right now. Eyeing you down. About to be witnessing some gang warfare potentially. Also, a world where we're reducing kind of like algorithmic, like dump small, right? Like the GDP number comes out, does one of those stupid ass like yee, like 2 minutes, then when you start ripping higher right after, like stop everybody out and go in like a flash crash wick kind of thing. Also on the cards. What's the number supposed to be? What's the expected number? Minus 0.2. What is this? What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, I swear Twitter kills me sometimes. Oh my god. Oh. Oh man. This shit got me laughing right here. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. Oh my gosh. Oh. Whatever happened to this guy? God damn, I got tears in my eyes. God damn. Never happened to that guy. The guy I was talking earlier. No, I know who he is, but like, I'm curious, like, if like, you know, he had his moment in the sun, and I thought it was over. I didn't realize people were still like paying attention to this dude. He's been shorting this whole move up. Oh my god, this guy's comedy. All I see is tweets of him saying, "Add it to my shore, add it to my shore." Like the past week. Interesting. I'm curious how much hyper liquid that guy's gonna get though. Cause he definitely had a lot of volume on the exchange, right? So I'm curious how much the airdrop's gonna give him. Wouldn't be surprised that all of that guy was just like hedged somewhere else, right? Heard he made 100 mil from memes or some shit, blew everything. Yeah, something like that. It definitely scammed people, like definitely like rug pulled a lot of memes, because there's like, I've read like multiple threads with like proof of that on X. Don't know if it's all from that though. Like apparently he bought Pepe coin like when it was like 600,000 market cap, something like that. So he's like pretty early on that thing. Like what's market cap of that now? 4 billion. So he had like 6,000 x whatever money he had on that. I mean, obviously, I'm assuming he didn't obviously sell it at like, he sold it before the full run up, but. Either way, it clearly can't trade. Like, I haven't been following him lately, but like, based on the stuff he was doing over here, I clearly could not trade, right? And one of them was extremely egregious. Like, what was the other one he did? I don't remember. We were talking about on stream. I don't know if it was one of the second log long he took, or like one of the shorts or something. But one of them was like so egregiously terrible. It was like unbelievable, right? There's like no world anyone should have been opening a position like that there. Like the edge was like so skewed to the other team. It was like ridiculous. By the end of the day, we never know, right? Like that person could easily be like on some like centralized exchange, like delta neutral, basically. Like yeah, he opens a big ass position on Hyperliquid, but he has like another massive one on Binance in the other direction. At the end of the day, he did grow his following a shit ton. I don't know how many followers he had before all this, but now he has a shit. Like how many is it at this point? You know, got 400,000 followers. Like everybody was talking about this dude. Now like celebrities are like, not like celebrities, like is in like Hollywood, but like social media influencers that also are involved with crypto, like all like follow him and whatnot, right? I feel like he did this marketing stunt or something with Along, because in a day, he instantly became mainstream. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it at all. I wouldn't doubt it at all. Would not doubt that at all. Maybe he's just a big dumbass. Because the thing I find so odd about it is the fact that wait, how much margin did he have on that position? Like 25 mil? Right? Yeah, so he had like $25 million to put on margin for that trade. Yet you're still dabbling in like literal low cap shit coins. A little odd, right? You rarely ever see that. Plus, anyone that like scams people like that, like, it's just a piece of shit, right? Because like, he's doing the scams and he's already like somewhat popular. That's the thing. Like, I could like at least somewhat understand if you're some like immature like retard and you're like 20 years old. But like if you already have like millions of dollars and you're still scamming people out of like their hard-earned money, like it's pretty ridiculous, right? At that point, like someone should slap the shit out of you in real life. Took a $1 million position. Yeah, but it was only like 25 million in terms of the margin. Which is still like a lot of money, don't get me wrong. It's not like some insignificant amount, but it wasn't like he put $1 billion like of cash on margin kind of thing. What a weird place to get that pump, right? Like what just happened there? I'm trying to like look at like see what's like where these positions all open. Someone like market smash like a big ass position on Binance, but other than that. What about Hyperliquid? Oh, interesting. Someone got wrecked on Hyperliquid, that's why. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Interesting. Could have also been like a plant, right? Could have been like a Hyperliquid plant. Because that whole ordeal brought a shit ton of eyes like onto Hyperliquid, right? Like, or people that are in crypto like following it like knew Hyperliquid was, but like that story garnered a lot of attention. Just like advertising for them, basically. Hyperliquid's already, what the hell? I didn't realize how high of a market cap it already is. It's almost top 10 market cap in all crypto. Holy shit. Pretty cool. What hype USD is so hype? What's even about? Well, it's like a massive decentralized exchange, right? It's supposed to be like the most liquid as well. Cause like right now, there's not any. Like if you wanted to literally put on a trade for like $5 billion, like there's no liquidity on any exchange to do that. Or like there probably is on like Binance and Bybit, but they're not decentralized. Not only that, but it's all on chain, right? Like all like the proof of reserves and liquidity pools and whatnot, they're all on chain, so you can like verify everything. Also, they're doing something like pretty cool in terms of what's it called? Like they're building out a part of the protocol where it becomes like Uniswap, where anyone can put any token on there as long as like there's like liquidity for it. It's a pretty cool interview actually. Let me find it. If you want to like kind of watch it a bit more in depth, because they talk about it more. What was it? Where was it from? And they also want to put like regular stocks on there, right? That's like one of their plans. Oh yeah, okay, cool, I found it. Jupe does similar liquidity. Does it? I'm not sure if it does. Does it? Is there like a Dune dashboard for this? Dune, Dex volume. I don't know if it does. Like Hyperliquid's pretty high. Maybe there's one on below data. Yeah, like Hyperliquid does like over $3 billion on Bitcoin alone in daily volume. I don't know if Jupiter's like near that. And that's just Bitcoin. That's not even everything else they offer. Maybe though, I'm not sure. If you have the data or some kind of dashboard, that would be amazing. I'm looking at one on Doom, but it doesn't have them listed properly. I'm trying to find another one. But like the whole like pitch of it's like it's in the name, right? Hyperliquid, trying to be the most liquid exchange there is, while also being extremely performant and decentralized. Plus, a lot of people like it because like it's like the like the structure of the tokenomics is pretty good too, right? Like they buy back a lot of the tokens with the money, with the fees they take, while also doing like a fair launch airdrop and continuing to do airdrops depending on like how interactive you are on the exchange. And there are people that have been airdropped like significant amounts of hype, right? Like life changing. Especially on the first one, from the first airdrop, there was a lot. Like a lot other dexes don't do that. But in the interview I linked, they bring up some pretty interesting points because like they're a bit, I'm not gonna say paranoid, but like they've scaled out of hype because Coinbase and Robinhood are gonna be offering like perps soon. And like their thesis is that's gonna kind of eat into Hype's client base. Yeah, a lot of things going on Hype because they're also building out like their own ecosystem, right? Like they have like their own chain. There's a lot of things that are starting to get built on it. How is Jupiter these days, anyways? Jupiter. So I remember watching a video with like Invest Answers, and he was saying that once he was like trading perps on Jupiter, and like there was no more he drained the liquidity pool for whatever token he was trading. I think he said it was Solana. Don't quote me on that, because this is like a while ago. Ain't looking too hot. The thing about these as well is like there's so many like of these on Solana, right? Because there's like Orca Swap as well. There's like Radium. So like I don't think there's a world where like all of these survive, right? If any. And not only that, but like Bybit just announced like Bybit has their own decentralized exchange now too, right? On Solana. And it's called like ByReal. Yeah. I'd imagine that Binance is going to be releasing their own decentralized exchange too. Because it seems like everyone's doing it. I'm not positive this exchange is billions. Yeah, Jupiter's pretty cool because like, if they have like some pretty like last time I look at it, like the order execution, you could do some kind of interesting ways of executing orders. You could like twop them essentially, which I mean I guess is not that interesting, but And you can also do it by like setting the parameters of like how much the dollar amount is, like in the price range you want. So like it'll only start like swapping your order if it's in the price range that you're wanting it to be in. Got some Jupiter down to 36. Not positive. Exchanges billions. Yeah, you got a pretty good entry then, especially if it's like on leverage. Pretty like juicy move already. Or did juicy move? I'm not sure about how much volume they do though. I'm trying to find like a dash, like some kind of like dashboard that compares these things. Like Jupiter volume. not the literal planet. Maybe I can look on like DeFi Llama, perhaps. Oh, that's odd. It doesn't. It's listed on here, but it doesn't have the actual volume. Radium is 3rd. Orca's 5th. Oh, because they're an aggregator. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, they have 900 million in 24-hour volume. 31 billion over the past 30 days. Pretty cool. Is there a way to see their revenue or anything like that? They made 50 grand. That's pretty low revenue compared to some of these other ones though. Hold on. Yeah, so it made $50,000 in fees in the past 24 hours. Whereas like Radium did $250,000. Hyperliquid's doing like 2 million. Over the past month. $4 million in the past 30 days. Not bad. Definitely like one of the lower ranking ones in that regard, but like Tron, Hyperliquid, they're all doing like 50 million plus in the past month. Interesting. I just got this because I wanted a cheap price. Market cap still is big, still no good other options. So I can scalp 5x. That's quite the scalp. 500% scalp? That's nothing is more of like a swing than anything. 5x on this? How high even is that? I think past all-time highs, yeah? It's quite the move. It's a bit... I mean, I don't know enough about like this thing and like how it's like works and whatnot, but pretty optimistic move. But at the same time, like if Solana's like planning to use just like officially with a bunch of their services and blah blah blah, then there's definitely a world where that happens. I don't know enough to say that though. Miss Say? Yeah. Yeah, I missed a short the other day on this thing. Oh, and I wasn't watching it before that. I was not like tracking this at all. So in terms of a long, like, whatever. Waiting for alt season. Yeah, I think until... I don't know if we ever get it. Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure we'll, Thing is, you need to like watch FedNet liquidity, right? What's the chart for this? FedNet. The thing is, like right now, like people are living paycheck to paycheck, right? So until like rates are cut and like it's not just cutting rates, right? It's like one, rates have to get cut, and then two, like that money has to start trickling down into like the actual economy, right? So it's gonna involve like rate cuts and some kind of like form of money printing, some kind of like quantitative easing going on. And Bitcoin needs to top. That's the other thing. Because at the end of the day, until this thing like tops for real, or like starts making like another leg up, like you're not gonna see alts ripping. Cause it's always the same thing, right? Like most people, like, okay, how many things have been outperforming Bitcoin? Like what, 5, 10 maybe? So like no one's like whoever just has their money sitting in alts, it's pointless. You're just leaving gains on the table. You're way better off having your money in Bitcoin, and then whenever this thing starts to like go up and you start to see like signals that's like topping, like even if it's just to do like another consolidation leg, like I'm not saying that has to be the end of the cycle, but like that's when people start de-risking from Bitcoin, and then they take some of those gains and put it down the risk curve into alts, and that's when the alts start to do like yee, right? Those like massive like 20% moves like 3 days in a row kind of thing. It's like whenever this happens. But from my understanding and like looking back at like past cycles, like it's definitely gonna happen, right? Especially when the cycle's like topped out for real. Like the end of the cycle's here and people are like really de-risking from crypto. They're definitely gonna put some of that money to play in alts. M2? No, M2 as well, but there's another one, like the FedNet liquidity. Like this thing. You can like read more about it like online if you want, but yeah. Like you want this to be spiking, right? Like that's when money's like sloshing around in the system the most. Right now we've compressed and just been sitting sideways ever since. But yeah, M2 as well. Like they're all that kind of play a role in the bigger picture. Because right now there's not a lot of money. I mean, like, okay, there's a lot of money. Like, there's a lot of liquidity in the markets. But in terms of like the lower end retailer, there's not a lot, right? A lot of people are living like paycheck to paycheck. Credit card delinquencies are like super high. Blah blah blah. And those are the people that you want aping into alts, right? So when they're juicing in real life, then alt season will be here. On top of the like everything else we talked about. Are we about to start moving up here or what? What? 22 minutes and a 30-minute candle close. Still a ways away. Also a world where, like, you know, I suspect we're going to be getting an alt season, but maybe there's a world where we actually don't, right? Or at least not to like the extent that they have in the past. Hard to say. I'm not experienced enough to like have witnessed like multiple different kind of like, what's the word? Like the whole concept of like this like the Wall Street psychology chart. I haven't like experienced like this whole sequence repeatedly with like multiple different like weed stocks doing this and like the internet.com bubble and tech stocks like blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like the Tulip Mania, like the original, the OG version of this. Because I imagine when we get up to these regions, all, like people are just gonna be trying to make money on anything, right? So we're probably gonna get an alt season. Right now, people are under the theory of like, oh, like you have to have revenues and blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, motherfuckers gonna get greedy, right? They just want to make money. And I don't think human psychology is gonna change in that regard. Remember this chart, I experienced all of that. Yeah, so one of the first things I did before I even quit my job, I was talking to them about this. I was like, I was planning like, how am I gonna get out of the cycle? How am I not gonna be a bag holder at the end of the cycle? I was planning this like here in depth, cause it's pretty hard if you go on like back tests. Like if you go and try and back test these things and you try and pick the exact top, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard. It's like your best bet is to like de-risk when it's like pretty overheated. And sure, you might not get it perfect. It might end up going higher on you a bit or a lot. But like, if I have to choose between that or just holding from year to year, I'm doing that, right? So yeah, I definitely gave this a lot of thought. Dun, 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 dun. because a lot of people got wrecked, right? From like from me reading through social media and like old posts on like Reddit and shit. Even though like I hate fucking Reddit, it seems like a lot of people like lived out this cycle, right? Like they bought shit and held it into the bear market, basically, just became bag holders. Seems like that happens to most people. So I do not want to be in that situation. I mean, MS Andrew's holding through bear. Yeah, at the end of the day, well, like, I don't know. The thing is, like, that guy. Like, I like his videos and whatnot, but sometimes I think he's, like, a little sus. Like, not the sharpest tool in the shed in some regards. But also, like, some people, like, don't want to. What's it called? Like, ever sell out their whole bag. Like to them, like they want to just sell like maybe like 50% here, and they're fine to hold the rest because they're like long term planning. He's too optimistic. Yeah, exactly. That's what I find about him. He's like definitely sniffing on the opium. Definitely sniffing on the opium. But whatever. Like at the end of the day, not like. There's definitely worse out there, we'll say that, right? If I had to put him on a scale compared to other people, it's definitely a lot worse. Boom. That's why I try to follow like a mixed bag, right? It's nice to have like people that have like differing opinions. And also like to explore those opinions yourself. Like that's why like whenever we do a juice box, we're always doing like potential shorts, potential longs, like shorts from above, shorts from below. So you can kind of like have an idea of like both possible cases and what's most probable, what's not. And also like on the higher time frame doing the same thing. And yeah, there's a world where we start to go up here too. But also a world where we start to go lower. Community is 1,500 millionaires of sole MSTR. Yeah, I can imagine. No, you know another thing about him. You know what I think it is about him more than anything is like he's it's in the name, right? He's an invest answers. He's an investor, but he's not a trader. I don't think that guy's a good trader. But as an investor, yeah, like good long-term advice, right? Like early on those things, quite likely to be pretty early on like Tesla as well. Understands the idea of how important AI and energy is going to be, etc. But when I hear him talking about trading stuff sometimes, I'm like, man, like, especially when they do those like the DCA podcasts, and they're all sitting there crying about market makers. I'm like, you guys just don't know how to play the game. It's not. They're acting like, oh my god, manipulation, manipulation. I'm like, it's not manipulation. Literally, everyone's trading that way. Like, they think that if like Binance were to like not be in crypto, that like Bitcoin would be up only or something. I'm like, that's not how it works. Fortunately, that's not quite how it works. Market equals manipulation. That's how they make money. But like everyone's doing it though, right? Like the same way that I was in a long up here targeting 98k, so was everybody else that was in longs from up here. So are we all market manipulators? At the end of the day, the market like Like it took a vehicle to like allow like sellers and buyers to meet. And if there's no like buyers up in these ranges, then it's gonna go lower. You have to find buyers. So in a case like this, we had to go lower to find significant buyers. And the other thing is like everyone's looking at the data. Everyone knows there's like big ass liquidations down here as we're like coming down, as it was like looking pretty bearish. So no one's looking to take long like enter on the long side at that point because they're all waiting for this to happen. So it's like a snowball that like rolls out of control until it gets here, and then people enter the market with enough money that it changes the trend. At least that's the way I see it. Maybe I'm like also like not some like world-class expert in finance, like slash market maker slash professional trader, like so I'm sure there's a lot that I'm missing in the picture, but I just think people are very naive when they say, like another thing you read a lot lately is like, oh my god, like Michael Saylor bought like 1 billion Bitcoin today, and like this company bought this, and like this person did that. Like how are Bitcoin not at like $200,000 yet? These people are fucking selling. What do you think? What do you think it is? Like what? People forget that people hoarded Bitcoin when it was literally like single digit, like at $1, $10, $100. People bought like thousands and thousands of dollars back then. So they have no problem dumping their fucking bags on you up here for like 1000x. Significant amounts too. Especially when they know that like they can like abuse the leverage market. Like right now, okay, there's a shit ton of orders up here on spot to sell, right? If they start to walk the price down and all this cascades, then this whole thing is I'm selling in profit, and then they just buy right back here. So they just profit on all this, and then ride it right back up afterwards. Can you call it, is that considered manipulation? I guess if you don't know that this occurs, I suppose, but like to me it's just part of how the game works, right? Just part of the mechanics of the game, you have to be aware of it. At the end of the day, the market's not supposed to be something where like any old random person can just log onto their computer and start printing money, right? It's like walking onto like the court with like LeBron James and never having played basketball before and thinking that you're about to just sit there hitting draining threes on this guy and like dunking over him, right? It's like any other profession requires like a tremendous amount of hours and hard work to be like efficient at it. Boom, 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 boom. What do I know though? I'm just some random guy on the internet. Just in here yapping away. 8 minutes left on this 30-minute candle. What confluence do I look for to enter position? That whole list. Where is this thing? You can't right click? Like that whole list, basically. I mean, you're never gonna get like all those in one shot. But ideally the more the better. And also if you're using, like in this case, like statistical edge from like indicators, ideally they're like independent indicators, they're not like two different indicators that are measuring the same thing. Should probably also put time on here, yeah. Time definitely goes on here as well. I do 0 indicators, pure PA. I mean, that's gonna be pretty hard. It's gonna be pretty hard to do that. Especially like the lower the time frame you go. Cause like, there's just so much context you're missing. So like, yeah, you can like, with a good risk management, yeah, you can like minimize your losses and like have trades run on you. But in terms of like your win rate and like whatnot, it's just gonna be suboptimal, right? Like if there's trader A, like let's just say there's 3A, and then there's like 3B. Like 3A like uses all this stuff and 3B does not. Like all, and everything else is the same, like right? Then obviously this one's better, like a more informed trader than this one. Especially when everyone else is using this, right? It's not just me. I do think if you're trading like kind of like the daily charts and whatnot, then yeah, definitely don't need as much of this stuff. You can like make it work without, but in terms of day trading, I think it would be pretty hard, or at least inefficient. Because like, let's just look at this for an example. I don't know. Okay, like, let's say we start coming up here into the zone. Like there's like two different ways. Like this is the sequence of price action that you're looking at with your eyes, yes. But this can be two very different things you're looking at. It could be like one, like a short squeeze. So like shorts closing, like CBD dropping off, like spot selling. Or it can be like an actual move, right? Like actual bullish move. So like longs are opening into the move. Whereas in this case, like it's just say like there's no longs opening. Like CBD is like pumping. Like delta spiking. Spot buying. Right? So like the probability of having a short in this zone working out is like very different based on what this stuff is doing, along with the other things, for the exact same price action. What is imbalances in my strategy? From SMC? No, I don't trade I'm not even familiar with what they even are. I've never watched that guy's videos, so I'm not like I'm sure some are similar, like because like single prints, for instance, I know they're like fair value gaps, but I don't know like all of the things that they talk about in that to even say. Oh, but like volume imbalances are like when you leave behind volume gaps, for instance. So that's like one form of an imbalance, right? On the TPO, like the time-based imbalances, you can have like single prints. You can have like the poor highs, the poor lows. Also like kind of like unfinished zones. So like here, for example, there's like poor high, poor high, poor high, and then like a not so great high. So like all this is like an unfinished zone essentially. So that this is like all like one big imbalance basically. Plus like the naked point of controls. You can also have like volume-based point of controls. Like you can't see them on TradingView, unfortunately, so it's gonna be hard to get that unless you have like exo charts or like Quant Tower. But for instance, like the way that like the TPO has naked point of controls on these like on the daily session, like you can have like 4-hour naked point of controls on candles or like an 8-hour naked point of control based on like what the volume and the candle like actually look like. And you'll see like if you look at it, like they like pretty commonly have reactions. Not guaranteed, but if I have like some area of interest and I see that there's like a 8-hour naked point of control there, and definitely like makes me pay more attention. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Also, doesn't have to like be single prints either, right? At the end of the day, if you kind of leave like this, for example, like this is not single prints. Like maybe it was on the first leg up, and then on the way back down, like it undid a single print. But even then, it's still like a time imbalance, right? Like we didn't spend much time here. So like, is it a coincidence that this sequence of price action happened? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. And the other thing about it is like it's not even like a volume imbalance, for example. Like it doesn't have to be like filled, right? Like you're not expecting this volume thing to just be a big square at some point. It's more so like identifying where like these gaps are to identify like levels where it might hold or it may not hold, right? Like the whole point of those imbalancings is to like identify levels. Levels of interest. Bum, 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 bum. Is this thing done? Am I missing some? Just kind of give a quick look here. I need to like a better. I need to make like a more in-depth writing that I can just copy paste every time. I'll make things a lot easier. Oh yeah, gaps. We forgot about gaps. How can we forget about the gaps, right? Gaps are like another big one to be mindful of. Also very insightful, right? Gaps are very insightful. Very, very like like you definitely be paying attention to them if you don't. Especially if you're trading like traditional stocks, right? Because a lot of people that trade just like regular markets, like they use scanners to find stocks that gapped up. So it's like all the traders are looking for gappers, and then everyone goes to trade that one thing. So it's like all of you working in harmony, kind of like almost like make the trade happen. Self-fulfilling prophecy kind of thing. We'll just toss that on there. Price gaps. Cool, we've updated our list. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Shout out to the math. TradingView definitely sucks in that regard. Definitely missing some pretty interesting stuff. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Like gold, like just the gold was pretty crazy too, right? When we were talking about this, like as all happening. Like, look at these negative point of controls, right? Like, ding, lower, but being like pixel perfect, ding, higher the whole way. On top of like grabbing all the single prints, blah blah blah. Gold moving. What is this? Oh. Curious to see how gold ends up play. I don't own any gold, so I have like no vested interest in it. But just out of curiosity, I'm like really interested to see like how this chart ends up like playing out in the long term. It might not even be true. Like the person that used to do like my financial services, like might have gold in my portfolio. But in terms of like the stuff that I actively trade myself, like don't own any gold. Perhaps a mistake on my end. I'm not sure. Mm, 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 mm. Maybe I don't value like a doomsday scenario highly enough, where I actually need gold. Boom, 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 boom. So the thing about gold, some days that it's not going to be relevant, right? Like we are gonna reach a point in humanity where you can just like manufacture gold easily, or like harvest it from like an asteroid. I suppose until we get there, shouldn't be too that forward looking. Getting ahead of myself. But the other thing is that like before this rally, when I was like looking at these things, like gold was not particularly like a strong performer. If you were to compare like year over year to other assets, like yeah, like this recent year is like quite strong. How much of a move is this? Let's kind of put on the other charts. %, 13%, 1%, 18%, 25%, 3%, 3%, 13%. It's like pretty low like yearly returns like this whole period of time, right? Up until like this last year. Perhaps I could have done a better job of anticipating this, but we only do so much, right? If I only started this whole journey 2 years ago, there's only so much I can research at once. How's your uranium doing, by the way? 'Maybe we should give more weighting to this stuff. Like I have some friends that are like they're like almost like not entirely invested in commodities, but like very heavily invested in it. Like their goal is to like invest in commodities very heavily, and then in like 20 years to be balling kind of thing. Was this on? Balling on that uranium juice. Why is everybody freaking out about this guy in New York? Democratic mayor nominee? What's up with this guy? I've been seeing this trending for like 2 days straight now. $11 for this 30-minute candle close. Well, we'll get some fruit to snack on. Three-hour candle as well. Hourly candle, 90-minute candle, 45-minute candle. God damn. God damn. Goddamn, came back right on time, looks like. My fucking dildo printing. Why is this so quiet? What happened? I didn't even check on these alt trades. How are those things even doing? I don't think we're near the next TPs, right? We're about to get our next one on ETH. Oh, we pixel fucked my next ETH TP. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? Boy, don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. What is this? Oh, we're about to hit it though. This is my TP and that's where the price stopped. How close is that? $0.53 away? Don't piss me off. Better go back there and hit that bitch. He's looking pretty strong though, right? Earlier I was looking at it when we looked at it, like, cause this thing's like leaving behind single prints and whatnot. It's the only one doing that so far. He's looking a little horny. We able to witness a late night squeeze here or what? Or what? Or what? Oh shit. Any questions or nah? Or nah? Time to look for some shorts. Oh yeah. Hmm. I mean, assuming we start to go up, yeah, but you definitely gotta be a little careful with this. Cause like with this, like if we start to go higher, this is like the kind of like the Max Payne scenario we were talking about playing out, right? Also, you should definitely be mindful of this kind of rotation. That would also make sense too, right? And clean this first, then come back and stop people out, and then do the leg up. Also, like in the cards. The thing is, like this is like I don't know if this is the time to be like be shorting, right? Like whatever, if one presents itself at like one of these levels, like maybe like somewhere up here, or maybe there. 1, 2, 6. Because like we just talked about how there's like 5,000 Bitcoin worth of shorts here, right? So if we start to rip on these people, like they're now all underwater with like the billions of liquidations that are up here in shorts. So like this is potential to become some like mega pump, right? Like these guys all closing, pumping the price into their liquidations. So I definitely want to see some pretty strong edge to be taking a short up here at this point. Because like at this point, it's like all-time high. This is it, right? Like we're getting into like all-time high breaking territory pump. Like all-time high pump breaking territory. Plus the FOMO, right? The FOMO factor. This is what I was saying when we got on here. Like everyone on Twitter was talking about getting this pullback. So that's a bunch of money sitting on the sidelines that might just get run off on right now. On top of everybody that got ran off on down here. The 95, 96K was like the highest sentiment data. So obviously a lot of money got left behind here. And did they get in this move? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. Because the open interest didn't particularly spike here. So there's a lot of like spot driven price action. So I imagine a lot of people are going to be like feeling the FOMO of getting in before the squeeze starts. They're going to start just like market smashing their longs up here. Let's look at some data while we eat. See what else is going on. Because there's some like pretty big speedy bear divs on the margin contracts. Which is always a little suspicious. How much would it take to invalidate this though? This is 80 million. And there's how many down here? And also, we have to keep in mind this too, right? Like Nasdaq is at all-time highs at this point, and this thing's about to break all-time highs too. So it's not just crypto that's potentially aligning for a pump. The traditional markets are potentially set to start like doing a leg up here as well. Let me check out some of his other exchanges. Also, the order book. What happened with those spot orders? Did they pull them or no? Or no? Because if not, we're not going anywhere, right? Or 109. They start at 109. Also, a lot of sell walls in the derivatives market up here too. I'll keep my eye on this for a bit, see if they pull these orders or not. Are these motherfuckers spoofing or are they for real? Cause there's a world where we don't short this again until like 113, 116. Alright, we'll take a level to level as usual and kind of see what the data is looking like as we get to these zones, but yeah, I have to be very mindful of the freight train right now. Very mindful of that. Shout out to the 1.25 extension, right? Shout out to the math. Move was so unreal, too bullish, it's in the short. One more data pass. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, like it's definitely like the pretty like what's the word? it's tempting, right? Very tempting to want to take a short and get in on this, but like also don't want to get got. So having some patience is key. Shout out to you though. Hope you have a good night. Sleep well. Yeah, and even if you don't get in on the short, like let's say we miss the short for whatever reason, we end up going lower from here or something to that effect. No big deal, right? Always another trade, always another short. Ain't the end of the world. Yeah, damn. How's the daily looking right now? Potential bullish engulfing build on the weekly, basically. Monthly in 4 days. Potentially printing pretty strong. Interesting. I mean, for what it's worth, aside from like back here, every sell candle or volume has been followed by like at least 2 buy volume candles. Does the trend hold here? Maybe, we'll see. Mm, 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 mm. Any questions or no? Or no? Or no? Is this all doing the same thing? Is there a world where we go lower here? Right? Like clean these poor highs and swing fail and go lower. It kind of looks like it, right? Potentially. I'm sure I wasn't the only one that had like a head short open here, and this probably got all of us. Make me a little paranoid, to be honest. Plus the fact that there's like bear divs and like the CBD bear divs we were talking about earlier. Be very interesting to watch if we hold this or not. This 4-hour candle close will be very telling. Yeah, because this whole thing is like we mentioned a little earlier, but this whole like thing is in play too, right? And it would get everybody. Because if this happens, like I definitely got fucked, right? In terms of like the hedge I had, I definitely like value lost on that. And I'd imagine it happened to other people too, right? I'm not the only one that did that. And we cleaned like the poor highs on CME and like perps while doing it. Very curious to watch the reaction here. At the end of the day, like this whole kind of like the golden pocket is like at the 7.5 plus a VWAP and whatnot. Then we have lots of bear divs. Yeah, but it's only on coin margin contracts, which does make me a little suspicious of this being more probable for sure. A show. Certainly possible, right? But I'm sure people are going to be entertaining this short idea here. Yeah, these next 30 minute candles are going to be pretty interesting to watch. Because you do have like the higher time frame like this too, right? So like not only do we have like the higher time frame like hidden bear divs, and now we have like the lower time frame like regular bear divs. One thing about this though is that like let's say let's say this candle ends up like printing like here or whatever, and the next candle like comes up, like this can like very easily be invalidated. Yeah, if we start to lose this, then definitely guys getting more suspicious, right? the math is starting to whisper to us at that point. Yeah, GGP's tomorrow and core PC's on Friday. Which makes me even more paranoid because we were talking about this a little earlier, but like, just like imagine a world where we like, because we were doing one of these kind of, right? There's a world where we come down, like sweep this stuff, then like the GDP number drops for whatever reason, like worse than expected or something, and then everyone's like, oh fuck, and then yeet. So yeah, a lot going on here, but so far looking like we definitely we're swing failing this, right? This week went by so fast. Dude, the whole summer's going. It's almost July. Time is flying by. I need to get off my computer. Like, like I can't like. My days are like blurring into one, right? Every day I'm just trading 16 hours a day or doing something trading related. It's like there's no distinguishing life events to like distinguish one day from the next. All just blurring into one big blob. Time is flying by. It's because I do nothing whenever I'm here. And I've been here for like a month at this point. Am I doing anything for Canada's Day? No, I didn't even know that was coming. Oh yeah, that is pretty soon, huh? When is that? July 1st? Yeah, I'll probably do something. I'm sure like some friend will like want to do something. Cause you also have like a lot of fireworks for that where I live right now. Like I'm in the capital, so. So when it's a Tuesday? That's a holiday though, isn't it? I don't remember. Like, is that like a closed holiday for like work? I don't even remember at this point. Long, just take Monday off. No, you get like the whole weekend and Monday, Tuesday. Well, I know not everyone can like has the option to do that, but boom, 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 boom. These things are definitely sending though. Then the marker smashing a short. Yeah, I got stopped out on this wick though. Which is kind of annoying, cause if you go lower, then like I just like realize like a loss basically. Like if we end up going like down to here, then like I just like pissed away money. Or giving it time though, giving it time. Like until like we like, lose this zone, I'm not like particularly paranoid just yet. But because this is like the volume point of control, like TPO point of control, like this 2-5 to like 7-5 rotation, golden pocket, blah blah blah. There's a lot of mathing going on right here, right? Plus the VWAP because for the day is coming in too. But if we start to lose this, yeah, hella suspicious. It might even get back on our short, to be honest. Looking pretty sus though, I will say definitely looking pretty sus. Don't need this anymore either. Don't need this. Wanna see if I have a good night. I hope you have a good night as well. See ya around. If not, hope you have a good Canada's Day. Bum, 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 bum. What's sus? Like a lot of things. Like there's like CBD bear divs on the coin margin contracts. There's like oscillator bear divs. Potentially, like if we go higher, like this would have been a bear div. There's higher time frame hidden bear divs. This was like a poor high, both on spot, CME, and derivatives. And we just like swing failed it. We just like cleaned it, put in a good high. And now we're like heading lower so far. And also like there was a gap here, right? There's a gap. There was a CME gap right here. There's a CME gap right here. And we just filled this gap and then they cleaned the high. And now it looks like we're going lower, right? Boom, 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 boom. And like order flow got pretty bearish there for a while. Like it's starting to like flip back to like more even, but a lot of people definitely entertained this short for sure. And I'm sure more people are like, if we start to lose this zone, a lot of people are gonna be entertaining this short, right? Probably myself included. Only thing is, like, I'm kind of salty, kind of salty. I mean, maybe I should put my stop loss for the hedge up here, but that would have been like such a $1,000 move. I don't want to like open another hedge short now and then just kind of have to go to bed and something happens I'm not here to see. 18 minutes after this 30-minute candle. Don't. And the fact that this is all happening like with this here, right? Because a lot of shorts got closed with this wick. So I suspect that most people were doing what I was doing, just kind of like hedging their long gains for like the breakout. And now like all of us just got being got, and now might go lower, right? And like round trip people who aren't awake. I should be more mindful. I should make a note of that. That should be more like, and like prepare for this kind of play. Kind of give my stop loss a bit more breathing room when I do that. I'll be putting that in the notes. Toss that in the notepad. Fibonacci. Ba-ba-bum-bum. 1150. God damn. God damn. Interesting.
Isn't the one making it. CS Legacy is coming from the developers of CS Pro Mod from back in 2012, and it's a complete remake of CS 1.6 rebuilt from the ground up using Valve's 2013 Source Engine SDK codebase. In other words, it's going to be a much prettier version of the game, but it should play the same as it did back in the day. But make no mistake, the devs are putting in work to make this game as great as it deserves to be. Their Patreon breaks down everything, where they say the game is being built from scratch with 100% custom code, 3D assets, levels, textures, characters, UI, weapons, everything.
I'm gonna go piss.
Batuque brasileiro, na onda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração, o ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro, na onda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração, o ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro, na onda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração, o ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro, na onda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração, o ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro, na onda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração.
Bought better for me. Good sir, I will check Juicebox in AM. Gotten a short, so hope no stop loss for me when I wake up when we drop. Yeah, hopefully. I'll open like another one like when it was like up here as well. I figure like I don't want to be in the situation like last time where like I open it late and then it's just like more of the long I'm giving back. So I'd rather just have it like here with like a tight validation. But yeah, definitely gonna be more mindful of this next time. Whenever I have like a thing like this, I'm gonna set it like tuck the stop loss away a little bit more. Definitely not the greatest of weeks. I mean, like at the end of the day, like did we round trip some of that short? Yeah, but we also like longed from here to like compensate that whole thing. But we did leave a lot of money on the table. We'll say that. So either way, not too happy with that. And this, like, ideally, I want to be awake to kind of see how things develop. I'm going to bed. I'm so tired. I was talking about this at the start of the stream, how I was like, tired. Now it's like even later, so yeah. Don't want to be awake sitting here kind of babysitting this at this point. Go to bed with the positions we have and call it a night for tomorrow. Thing I'm paranoid about is like there might be a world where we do like some kind of like 3 drives up here, kind of like ding, ding, ding. It's the main thing on my mind. Anyways, yeah, let's do a quick juice box. Start getting to wrap things up here. How long has it been? You usually take quite some time actually. Yeah, sorry, okay, we'll probably be done by the time. By the time I'm done, it'll probably be our time limit. Who the fuck messaging me right now? Who the fuck? Like for the long, same thing we talked about yesterday, right? You just refer to yesterday's, kind of like the retest of the zone. With everything that we talked about yesterday. Of the high time frame, Valeria high. And then for the stuff below, like when we talked about this kind of stuff earlier, like potential like sweep of all this stuff, like the PD Valeria low. So like might do like this, could come do this, could come do this, could cut like, you know, all these are in play, right? Like all these are like valid zones. Keep in mind the CME gap that's down here as well. So sweep of this or other areas discussed earlier in the stream. Dun, 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 dun. Or potential shorts. Other lower areas. Same as yesterday, right? Like when we talked about this one yesterday. But we'll say this, right? Be on the lookout for like a 3 drives up here. Like potential at current price action. Two, like the potential like shorts up here, right? Like all these levels of interest. Be careful though, kind of same thing as yesterday. Like I'm not gonna go too in depth right now because I'm trying to just go to bed, so kind of just powering through this, obviously. But yeah, like the stuff we talked about yesterday, right? These levels of interest, and also like be careful of the short squeeze that we've been talking about. And for below, a lot of people are gonna be taking this right now, right? A lot of people are gonna be entertaining this trade, just losing this zone right here. Or even like just kind of like on like kind of this one as well, like kind of flipping this. So we'll kind of say like flipping the golden pockets on the way down. Because a lot of people are gonna be wanting trying to get into the move to clean all this garbage, right? But I definitely like wait for some confirmation of that stuff. But don't get baited, don't get got. We need to keep in mind right now that why can't I click this thing? I can't click the line. Nice. Like these things are potentially pumping, right? Like the indexes might start going, so keep in mind like what these are doing right now. And until these levels actually get lost with like confirmed prints, like they haven't been lost yet, right? Don't get too carried away with that. But also like flipping this level, right? If you flip like the kind of like this 107.2 slash like 107.2 or the PD val. Where is this thing? Definitely be careful with this though, right? Definitely be careful. Like give it some time. Like let it confirm that it wants to go lower. Cause there's a world where you just do like this, right? So you want this like low to get broken. Same applies for the rest of the levels. That should do it, right? That should do it. Kind of not really a lot has changed from yesterday, right? Like yesterday we got off talking about most of this stuff anyways. How's all this looking? Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Should cover it though, should cover it. I mean, we've been talking about all these things for some time now, so no point in really beating a dead horse, right? Yeah, hopefully we'll see tomorrow. Also remember it's GDP tomorrow in the morning, 8:30 a.m. So always keep in mind like the initial data release, futures reacts, then the 9:30 release, the market reacts. Then after like the initial kind of reaction, initial balance gets set, 10:30, look for a potential like third move to begin. So don't get got, don't get baited. Be mindful of these things. We also have the core PCE on Friday. And then what's next week? Just make sure we're all on the same page about next week as well. Yeah, on the 1st of July, we have like the JP, our boy JP speaking again. ISM Manufacturing on that day as well, plus Jolts. Yeah, next week was like all the labor market data, right? Yeah. So a lot of labor market data coming out Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week. And then Friday's a holiday. Friday's a holiday for all the Americans out there. Show it to you guys. And yeah, that should do it. I think that should do it. Do a quick chat shout out to kind of close things out here. Let me scroll up through this, bitch. Yeah, 404 profits not found. Shout out to 404 profits not found. Shout out to OG Mio. Shout out to 3. Shout out to Harris. Shout out to me. Shout out to Olympic. I think that was it, right? I think that was it. Yeah. Okay, cool. We'll be back at it again tomorrow, same time as per usual, like 8 p.m. Eastern or so. Until then, I'm out of here. I'm tired. I'm ready to sleep like a baby. Let these stitches heal some more. And we'll be seeing each other again soon, hopefully. But later. Later. Don't get got. Don't get got. Later.